And good morning and welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for February 11th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9:02. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? So carried. We have the minutes, item 3.1, the regular council meeting minutes for January 28th. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? And if not, looking for a motion to adopt. Councillor Gibson. Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving into bylaws. Item 5.1, which is the consideration of third reading for the boring bylaw 25/014, and I'll turn it over to Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. I bring before you today bylaw 25/014, which represents a borrowing bylaw that would give administration the ability to maintain corporate credit cards in the maximum amount of $200,000 all combined, and a line of credit through the Alberta Treasury branch of $4.8 million. Again, this bylaw was approved for first reading, second reading at the previous meeting. Nothing has changed within the draft bylaw itself since the last time you saw it. And essentially, this does not authorize us any new spending, only the spending that's been previously approved by this council through the capital and operating budgets for 2025. And this simply allows us a mechanism to manage cash flows without jeopardizing interest income.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to motions. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
How often was the line of credit for the 4.8 million, how often was that utilized or has it been utilized?
It has not been utilized in the 10 years I've been with Clearwater County. I think it was utilized once in a period of 13 to 15 years, something like that. So it is a mechanism that's available, saves us calling impromptu council meeting, or it saves us alternatively cashing in investments before they mature and jeopardizing some interest income.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning. Yes, this just seems a prudent source, and it's proven over the years of managing our finances in the most beneficial way. So I would make the motion that Council grant third reading to bylaw 25/014 to allow the borrowing as laid out in the bylaw.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely agree with the motion that's on the floor. I do have one question though, simply because I was at a financial institutions AGM, so I was able to ask a few questions, and one of them that I have now is do we shop around? Do we check with other banks, etc., or have we kind of stuck with one forever? Is this something that gets RFP'd? Like, how does that process work? Because there's several institutions, and just figured I'd ask that while this was coming up here today.
It's an excellent question and worthy of consideration. Actually, I check on a regular basis, weekly or every couple of weeks. ATB provides me with their current interest rates across our short-term investments, our long-term investments, our bank account itself. And I also get interest rates from competing organizations and compare those as well. And ATB continues to be the front runner for that. Aside from the potential interest income, there's the service aspect, and ATB is exceeding our expectations on service. So we've had no reason to go to an RFP. If we were dissatisfied at some point or we thought we could do better, certainly we would have the ability to put out a request for proposal and consider alternatives. And of course, if we do decide to change, there's always a cost involved in making that change and changing our checks and so forth like that. But so far, we've had no reason to make a change.
So a motion on the floor, or do you have a question, Councillor? No, Gibson? No, okay. Motion on the floor to grant third reading to the bylaw 25/014. If there's no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion. Those opposed? And that motion's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to item 5.2, which is bylaw 25/016 to replace bylaw 874/07, the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan. And I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Gillum, who's with us via Teams. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Sorry, bear with me here. I'm going to do my best to not break out into coughs, hopefully. So the recommendation today is that council grants first reading of bylaw 25/016 for the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan, a bylaw to replace the existing IDP bylaw 874/07, and that council directs administration to schedule a public hearing on March 24th for the purpose of a special council meeting and public hearing conducted jointly with the town of Rocky Mountain House to be held at Clearwater County Municipal Offices starting at 9 a.m., pending the outcome of the town's February 18th first reading of their bylaw to do the same. So the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan was adopted through bylaw 874/07, and the intermunicipal development plan or intermunicipal planning is an ongoing effort between two or more municipalities to make land use planning decisions in a manner that reflects the mutual and individual interests of the affected municipalities. And they're governed by the MGA and key requirements, requirement for adjacent municipalities, unless mutually agreed upon that they don't need it, and a joint adoption of the IDP, and the purpose to address future land use development proposals, transportation systems, and other issues within the shared boundary areas. So at their meeting on Jan 27th, the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee reviewed the IDP and recommended respective councils consider a bylaw to amend or replace the IDP. The proposed revisions to the IDP represent minor administrative changes to section 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 to better align the IDP with the current Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan and allow for a more streamlined process for applications for second or third title subdivisions. And being that an IDP is created by bylaw, a bylaw to amend or replace the bylaw is required. Attached for council's consideration for first reading is the new or updated IDP with the track changes. The town of Rocky is going to have their meeting for the first reading on February 18th. The IDP committee also discussed the timeline and process for conducting a public hearing and for the special council meeting there, pending the first reading. The amendments within the attached IDP are considered a first step to immediately address policy alignment requirements and to allow for processing of any application requests. So the town and county administration also discussed bringing the IDP committee an overall Rocky Clearwater IDP review and potential further updates with the process to take place either in 2025 or into 2026. So hopefully you'll have had a chance to review those changes. It basically just allows people to apply for that second and third title out subdivisions. Also, I just wanted to acknowledge we did get an email from Neil. He had questions regarding a few sections, and we did discuss and review with the town for 6.6 and 8.2.4, but we didn't feel that we needed to make changes to those sections at this time, that they wouldn't hinder the second parcel out process. And basically, if we made changes to make it second title out, then if they were to make like a second title commercial parcel, there may be road considerations, and the town wasn't really comfortable with that. So we weren't prepared to make those changes because they weren't comfortable with that at this time. So we're going to look at those a little closer in that full-on review, but we don't think it will cause a problem with processing any applications at this time for parcels.
Thank you. Open the floor for questions or motions. Councillor Gibson?
I have a question. It's to do with 3.0, economic development, and then it says policy direction 3.1. It says this includes cooperating together with the Village of Caroline in an economic development program. The Village of Caroline doesn't exist anymore. We're now a hamlet. So should that be taken out or corrected?
Yeah, that will again probably be one of those corrections we'll probably make with the full review. It won't hurt for it to say the village at this time, I don't believe. It's not going to hinder what we're trying to achieve with these amendments.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Malov?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you for clarifying Councillor Radcliffe's questions, because when he pointed that out, I went, wow, I can't believe I had missed that when we were doing the IDP meeting with the town. So I was happy that he did. So, and we're still projecting that review happen in 2026, or it was my understanding it's in the budget for 2025. Are we considering doing it in 2025 still, or is it being pushed?
Yeah, no, I think we're just considering that with the election later this year, and the process that it'll take to review, like we will likely start reviewing the document, but we won't be bringing it back for like actual consideration to the committee likely until later this year with a new council or early next year for like consideration. So administratively, we will likely begin reviewing some suggested changes and like start kind of preparing an updated document, but it likely won't actually come till council until a new council is in place.
Perfect, thank you. Supplementary?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that council grants first reading of bylaw 25/016 Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan IDP, a bylaw to replace IDP bylaw 874/07.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Radcliffe?
I was just wondering what the process was to for these changes that have been proposed so far.
Like why they came about, do you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've had a few members of the community that are within the IDP area, whether it be in the long-term town boundary or the rural policy area, that have come in inquiring about subdivision. And we discovered the way the current IDP is written, that if they wanted to attempt to get that second title out, or like that third the third title, second parcel out, the way it was currently written, it wasn't even an option, even if the town didn't consider it an issue. Because like one of them, we had referred to them and they had no issue with it. But given the IDP, we couldn't really recommend approval because it spoke basically directly against it. So we've now reworded it so that if, consideration of the county, consideration of the town, if they don't feel like it's going to affect their growth areas, that they could consider allowing that that additional subdivision. And so then council here could consider that additional subdivision. But we've had a few inquiries about it, which is why it came about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The changes certainly make sense. I will support this motion, and let's hear what the public has to say.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, with the second and third title out, it says here that it needs to be a written agreement between both town and the county. So that has to happen with every application that comes in. And in what area is that pertaining to? The close area or the far out area?
It would be everything.
It would be everything?
Yeah. So like, because
From
right
the
now
town-
nothing was allowed.
Pardon me?
Yeah, so it would be within any of that boundary area within the IDP that's identified. So the long-term town boundary as well as the rural policy area, we refer to them and then they would comment whether they have concerns with that development or not.
Okay, so each one has to go to both councils to be approved.
No, not councils. It was just administratively, like we have to believe that it meets our policy, but then we have to send it to the town administration to comment on whether they feel there's a concern there or not.
Oh, so
It doesn't go to
just,
council, just administration.
okay, so it just stays within the planning of both.
Correct.
Thank you.
So it comes, so I think if I can reiterate, Ms. Gillum, is that the referral goes out to the town, but it still comes to our council for approval. No different than any other third title
Oh,
for.
sorry, yes, like the land use amendment would,
Yes.
yes, yeah, it just goes to them for referral, yes, correct, sorry.
Thank you. All right, so motion on the floor to grant first reading to the bylaw of the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan to replace the bylaw, new for old, basically. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried.
Thank you.
We have a subsequent motion. Councillor Graham, or sorry, Councillor Meloff. It's that habit out there, sorry. Apologize.
Thank you, Reeve. The council directs administration to schedule a public hearing on March 24th, 2025 for the purpose of a special council meeting and public hearing conducted jointly with the town of Rocky Mountain House to be held at Clearwater County Municipal Offices starting at 9 a.m. pending the outcome of the town's February 18th, 2025 first reading of their bylaw to do the same. I am actually super excited about this. If it does go through, if first reading is passed with the town, I think there's a lot of efficiencies to be found to us sitting around the table, having conversations jointly and having public hearing jointly to discuss things that affect us both jointly. I think I'm really excited about these, even though administration may not be. I think it's going to be great.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions in regards to the motion to hold a public hearing on the 24th with March 24th with the town of Rocky Mountain House? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now moving on to item 5.3. It's the first reading to bylaw 25/015 to amend the land use bylaw, and I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Conley, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Rocky Mountain Salvage currently holds title to Plan 0520308 Block 1 Lot 1 containing 65.78 acres. The subject land is located approximately 2.89 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House, adjacent to Highway 11A. Bob Hagsma has made application on behalf of the landowner to redesignate 16.97 acres from the agriculture district to the industrial district. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the operation of Rocky Mountain Salvage as an industrial salvage and recycling operation. As per section 7.2.6 of the MDP, council should consider whether or not this site is suitable for an isolated industrial site. The subject property is adjacent to Highway 11A and access is achieved by way of an approach off National Historic Site Road. Due to the nature of this site, it would be appropriate for council to consider policy 11.2.4 of the MDP to ensure that the applicant is proactive in mitigating the impacts of noise and visual impacts on adjacent landowners and traffic. Additionally, council should consider MDP policy 14.2.6 to ensure that the subject property is suitable for the proposed use. The proposal would be considered an isolated industrial parcel outside of a business park, which is permitted at the discretion of council. The proposal complies with the size requirement in the land use bylaw as it exceeds the minimum requirement. Should the land use amendment be successful, the applicant is required to obtain development approval for the operation of the business and the construction of any developments on the property. Administration is recommending that council consider granting first reading to bylaw number 25/015 and request any information needed to proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this application, are there any questions for the applicant or for planning? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Here we go. Thank you, Eve. Does this operation require rail access? Is that part of the reason for this location?
I don't believe so.
Okay, yep, go ahead,
Yeah, I don't
Mr.
believe it does.
Okay.
If it did, they would have to use that siding or extend that siding from the propane place, but no, it didn't sound that way.
Okay. Do we have more information on this operation? Like, what can nearby residents expect for noise, fumes, mounds of material?
Okay, so RM Salvage presently operates out of Hinton. They've been in business for a number of years, and they're looking at expanding into this area, seeing a business opportunity. In the beginning, they want to use it mainly for stockpiling, but then they'll be doing some more salvage down the road. They would look at the proper screening or berming or anything like that that they would need in order to do that. I had experience with a similar operation just south of Olds here a few years ago. I did a subdivision for them, and they've got quite an extensive operation. Their name escapes me just right now, but they're about 3 miles south of Olds there. And in working in around that area, like there was lots of activity, like trucks coming and going and that sort of thing. But the noise I didn't find was overly onerous in working at it, and the owner lives right beside it, but there are no other residences really nearby. I believe there's one residence just to the southeast there, or southwest there across the road allowance, and then a couple more to the south. But they'd definitely be looking at any noise mitigation if they'd require that by means of berming or fencing or something like that.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Considering we just spent some time talking about the IDP, this is within the IDP area, correct?
Mr. Conley?
It's in the rural policy area,
Okay,
so I have reached out to the town to say we have received this application, but they will comment on it at the public hearing stage.
okay, perfect, thank you. Supplementary?
Yes.
You had mentioned that this is close to the historic park. Would archaeological studies, et cetera, need to be done for a business like this to operate?
That's definitely something that we will look into.
Okay, I have another one if you don't mind, thank
Yeah.
you. Do we still have industrial area space available within the industrial subdivision to the north? Isn't Metal Dog subdivision is there not space within that subdivision, and our IDP often has us try to get industrial lots clumped together? I know that there's industrial lot right beside this one, so it is kind of clumping, but is there industrial space available within that currently zoned industrial subdivision?
CEO Emmons?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Maha. I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to Clearwater County based. I believe Metal Dog does have available lots. It's my understanding that Paterni's does not.
Okay, I have one more,
Okay,
Reed,
go
thank you. And following that, Clearwater County does have industrial subdivision within the hamlet of Caroline, or just outside the hamlet of Caroline. Would an operation like this require water and sewer, as it wouldn't have it here either, from municipal? Would there be an opportunity to potentially see a development like this go there? And is there anything that we can do as the municipality to help with that development?
The current plan was to service it themselves independently, of course. I don't believe they'd require any kind of municipal water and sewer for what they're doing. The size is what enticed them to pick this.
Just because they need that little bit, that
They
larger.
need some room, yeah.
And many of the lots, even at Metal Dog or in Caroline, are smaller in
That's
size.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
I feel the road traffic on Highway 11A might be, if what you've alluded to a little bit about high traffic that might be, especially next to the National Historic Park, might be a cause for an issue, but we'll let the public hearing referrals come back for that, so I'll be curious to see what Alberta Transportation will say. That's where my concern was going, and yes, we can berm to alleviate, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be an operation that, in my opinion, is just not desirable to be next to a National Historic Park or that, but we'll let the public decide if we so choose, go to a public hearing.
Yeah,
Did you wanna comment?
there is a railway between the park and the
That's true.
site, of course. And rail traffic goes up and down there several times a week. So there's a bit of a buffer there. There's also a treed area to the southeast there of the railway. So I think, in my mind anyway, if it's done right, people going to the historic park aren't even gonna notice it's there.
Good. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, there is already a fair amount of gravel truck traffic through that area. What sort of materials are going to be stockpiled there?
It's metals,
Just sort of metal? It's
yeah,
not just-
different metals.
It's not like vehicle salvage?
No,
It's,
no.
yeah,
As far as I understand it, anyway, it's not vehicles.
yeah,
It's, yeah.
okay.
Well, we take that back here, because that one in Olds did take vehicles and crush them too.
Yeah.
So I can't say that definitively. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
But it wouldn't be an auto parts thing, excuse me. It wouldn't be a vehicle salvage to sell parts off of it. If they did that, it'd be just a crushing and get them out of there sort of thing.
Okay, I've one
Follow-up, yeah.
more. That area is wet, or wettish, not as bad right there as it is further east. I assume that's been considered as well.
That's
How
right.
to stabilize the ground.
Yeah, well, it is gravel, so moving some material around would repair that.
Yeah. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so there is a staff recommendation to consider for granting first reading. Is anyone going to would like to make a motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay, thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion that council grants first reading to bylaw 25/015 to amend the land use bylaw and proceed to a public hearing. I think that's going to be very important on this case.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll hesitantly support first reading as well. I think that the public is definitely gonna have something to say about this, but further to that, it'd be great if we could have some more information on even on how some of their operation in Hinton has operated, noise mitigation factors, truck traffic numbers, et cetera. It'd be great if we had some of that information in order for the public to even understand the operation that's happening. It's gonna be really difficult for them to comment on a business that they don't have very much information on. I don't have very much information on. So I think that's gonna be an important part of this as well, because oftentimes if the unknown turns into no, and I'd rather there be enough information to be able to mitigate factors to turn things like this into a yes if we can. So I will hesitantly support first reading to go to a public hearing.
All right. Seeing no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you, and thank you for coming in today.
Thanks for that.
So we have a 10 o'clock delegation, so we're just gonna keep moving on through our agenda. And so we'll move on to item 7.1, new business. So that is Planning Emergency Services, the 2025 capital budget adjustment for Unit 300, FRS 021. And thank you, Chief, for joining us today. And you can give the background when you're ready.
Perfect. Good morning, Reeve, Deputy Reeve, Council, staff. Today on our agenda that we wanted to look at for the fire services is the staff recommendation is that Council endorses one of the options presented today on approving a 2025 capital budget adjustment for unit FRS 021, which is unit 300 out of our Caroline station, which is a brush truck, to increase the 2025 expenditure amount by $436,500 and to increase the transfers from restricted surplus by $436,500, which would in return be an overall budget savings of $36,000. That option B, is that council decides on approving a 2025 capital budget amendment for the same unit, FRS 021, unit 300, to increase the 2025 expenditure amount by $7,000 and to increase the transfer from restricted surplus by $7,000. The balance of unit 300 would then be included in the 2027 capital budget forecast in the amount of $535,500, which would total an overall budget increase of $70,000. So a little bit of background on this situation. As council is aware, capital asset replacement for planning and fire emergency services apparatus is guided by the Fire Service Master Plan, the Fleet and Equipment Management Policy, and corresponding Fleet and Equipment Management Plan. Service levels directed by council through the Intermunicipal Fire Services Agreement also play a part in determining the fire services fleet requirements, strategic planning, replacement of apparatus. Through the Administrative and Firefighter Committee process, apparatus safety and service levels are considered for fleet priorities, along with the importance of efficiency and consistency to maintain fleet symmetry for ease of regional operations and training. This process guides administration in making fleet recommendations for council's approval. Council previously approved the capital budget for Unit 300, which is the brush truck in our Caroline station, with a 10% deposit of $52,500 in this year of 2025, with the balance of the expenditure to be paid out in 2027, which is $472,500. Total cost for this unit was expected to be $525,000 from our previous recommendations for budget. For construction of a purpose-built Unit 300 that matches our current fleet, which is the new Unit 600 that Rocky Station just received and this year, as well as the Unit 500 that Nordegg Station received 2 years ago. With recent updates from the apparatus manufacturers, the costs continuing to escalate at this time, which all of us are aware of all the challenges between new builds and new prices and everything inflation-wise going up. We've been told by our manufacturer that that truck is going to exceed what council's approved budget is. With that right now, that's going to climb in upwards of $50,000 for the current truck that we have chosen as a service to move forward with. Fire Services and Fleet Administration explored alternative solutions and in order to provide options for council to consider. So our team looked at and exhausted all of our resources administratively. We looked over the industry as a whole. We looked at our Sourcewell and Canoe partners to see what made the most sense. And we reached out to some of our neighboring partners and departments to see what they're doing due to the major inflationary costs. And we want to be as cost effective as possible, but we want to try to maintain that regional model that we've developed where we have the symmetry between the trucks, with our members being able to, say, live in Leslieville and work in Rocky Mountain House and have the ability to have their gear with them and jump on a rig. It gives them the ability to have that familiarity and that safety aspect of jumping on the truck and everything being the same. And that's one of the biggest things that we've focused on as we continue to regionalize our service. So we had come up with 4 different options, and as a team from Fire Services, with help from Fleet as well, we wanted to find the best 2 options that we felt that was worth bringing to council today for support. So option A is the preferred choice by Fleet as well as Fire Services now that we want to present to council, and then we'll let council decide A and B, whatever that you guys see fit. So option A is, after searching for potential used units of the same build type, administration has found 1 demo truck on the market that was completed at the same time as our Unit 600 that's just come into service. They were actually a side-by-side build by the same manufacturer. And this is currently available for purchase through one of our Sourcewell Canoe Direct partners. In order to proceed with option A, council would need to approve a capital budget adjustment for FRS 021 Unit 300 to increase the 2025 expenditure amount by $436,500. Total budget bringing it to $489,000. So that would bring us under budget from the $525 that's been approved. We would just have to bump that up from 27's final payment to 2025 current year. It would also increase the transfers from the restricted surplus supply by 436,500. This use of fire capital reserve would be offset by removing the amount of 472,500 in the 2027 year. The amendment to capital budget would equate to an overall budgetary savings of $36,000 from the current approved budget. Option B would be to go ahead with the purpose-built truck as pre-planned originally, with an ask for an increase in budget. This would be an increase in 2025's initial deposit from $52,500 to $59,500 in 2025, with a balance increase to $535,500 in 2027. Administration would like to see council's approval and budget increase of $70,000 overall in this order to proceed with the procurement of a new purpose-built truck to match the current fleet plan for the fire service brush truck. Administration feels that with price increases, continuing to escalate for this type of apparatus, it's not practical or favorable to proceed with the budget increase request. After Fleet and Fire Services meeting to discuss both options noted above, option A would be that administration's main recommendation. So I'd like to share with council our questions right now, if anyone
For sure.
would like. Pictures are up on the screen and in the package as well too. This is the pictures that you'll see here is of the exact demo. Couple of the reasons that fire services wanted to go this avenue, we had 2 trucks like this available. Just so council's aware, this is a brand new build. We were one of the first couple departments to get one of these builds. It's probably the most safest and most efficient, ergonomically friendly unit for the specific demographic that we respond to and the nature of how diverse Clearwater County is. And when we looked at what was out there, obviously there's not a ton of options to go with a 2-year build time factoring in as well and the increased cost. If we were to wait or push or delay, those costs would continue to increase and inflate as we've seen previously. We don't have a large history on, say, looking at the last 5 years inflation rate because this truck's only been in the build queue for just under 3 years. So what we know is this commercial truck that you see here with the graphics is our local dealer out of Calgary. That's our Sourcewell partner that they have available for us.
Perfect. Well, I know right off the hop with the recent tariffs announced by the states, this would probably be our cheapest vehicle yet going forward. So
I would concur.
right off the hop. So with the 25% tariffs of aluminum and metal. So yeah, I'm kind of in favor of option A off the top. Just a quick question for me first. Will this require a new paint job?
So what we factored in cost here is because this was a demo unit that is not completely cookie cutter identical to ours, it would require some additional changes. So we would look at wrapping this truck to match our fleet colors and our graphics that's been approved by council. And we would look to, I think there's just a couple fitting changes that I have in the fine details and some additional hoses. If you can see on the top, see the hose reel on that top picture on the back corner, and then the black, we call it a coffin cabinet up top. In between the hose reel and the coffin cabinet on our design, we have a pre-connect so we can grab an easy line. So we would just have to get some minor fabrication work done, which is included in that price.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The current unit, is it yeared out? Is it not meeting fuss ratings, underwriters? Like what was, besides just our fleet master plan?
Yep.
What was the reason to replace these units?
So this is a life cycle replacement. Our unit 300, based on the fleet service master plan that's in place, is due to be life cycled out at 2027, which would put it in its 15-year end of life cycle for a brush truck that we have has been adopted that way. So the only change that we would typically see here, and this is where council comes into adding that value and decision there for us is, yes, we would be replacing a truck technically about 1.5 years prior to the expected delivery of when the normal 300 unit would be phased out. But obviously we don't know what would be available if we were to wait till 2027. And as we mentioned with tariffs going up and that, with the price that was presented as well too, keep in mind that was from 3 weeks ago prior to this tariff announcement. So we would probably foresee that exceeding 600,000 well over if we were to continue down that avenue. So that would be the request. I do have supplementary information from our fleet manager as well too, that stated several large overhauls on this 2011 unit. It's a Ford F-550 that's in play in Caroline right now. And one of the challenges they're having right now with that truck and the skid is parts and availability for stuff and being weeks on end waiting for certain replacement parts. So we'd be, from what I've been told, the 13 to 15 year range is there. And if the vehicle poses some major challenges or major expenses, fleet supported us in making that motion to go forward.
Supplementary? Sure. Thank you. Is there any residual value then left in the current 300 unit, or will it be repurposed within the existing Clearwater County fleet somewhere else?
That's not a question that I can answer completely right now. I know there's been conversation with other departments in fleet seeking what fire apparatuses are coming out in the near future. I've heard that there's been some interest expressed from our waste management team and some other areas there to have something more or less a large oversized fire extinguisher that's easily to move around for other departments, but that's not something that we factored in as like a budget reduction price right now. It'd probably just be shifted to another department within the county, and then if fleet seen that due to the nature of that vehicle's condition, it just was worth sending to auction, then that would be a decision fleet makes.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. What would the annual depreciation be on this vehicle? So I'm looking at what we're giving up in useful life by moving early, but also the time value of money by spending early.
That's a great question, Councillor Rack. I would answer that in two parts just to kind of supplement the information there. So if we were to wait till 2027 to make the purchase with the future tariffs and stuff in place, looking at a replacement cost for the same vehicle, if we were to put the deposit down, we'd be exceeding our budget that we've already looked to increase 2 times since my term here in the last almost 3 years, where we've increased these values just based on our own estimation with the sales representatives that we work with directly. This would require a third increase to the budget exceeding over $100,000 for this vehicle. As a fleet services team, when we look at the price of what you're getting for the vehicle and the safety, we think it's astronomically high, the prices that some of these trucks are going for. So we're trying to really focus on what is the best decision for our community and for our firefighters when it comes to safety. And that's why we've looked at this option here of taking a truck that is a last year's build, 2024 build, and bringing it in a year earlier to save over 6 figures in that category versus continue to put money into an older unit that seems to be a challenging unit according to fleet there. And we would make that transition. As when it comes to the depreciation value, I can't give an exact number on these units because if this unit's been around for 15 years, then I could see what the residual value is on it, but it's a 2 to 3 year old truck and it is one of the best bang for buck trucks that you can get out there based on our research for their apparatus and equipment committee and based on industry standards right now. So residual value is not something typically the fire service factors in. As council's aware, I think the first time that I'm aware of that we've actually looked at a residual value that's posed a little bit of a challenge is with our current ladder truck, the old 604, that's a town-owned asset that we're looking to kind of figure out what we're gonna do going forward there. So I couldn't give an exact number on what this would be worth 15 years from now.
Okay. Ms. Sarha?
So I guess I have a question first, and then I'll maybe speak to the amortization of this unit in particular. So would you be thinking that this unit would be used for the full 15 years, or because it's used, that useful life is decreased?
Great question. With that one there, from what we factored in, because it's a 2024 year build when we get it, the chassis and the body is kind of like 2 different years if you look at it, and that's what we've noticed, because with the extended build times and the wait list with these trucks, you have to purchase the chassis, then it goes into the build queue, then the back half gets fabricated and delivered. So typically you'll have, say if we did it today, we'd have a 25 truck, but by the time it's completely done and registered, it would be considered a 2026 or 2027 like initial in-service date. So we would balance out to where we need to be with this and expect the full 15-year life cycle on this truck.
Okay, so in that case, it's about a $30,000 amortization per year on this unit. And what does it do to your future asset management plan? Like, so then it's gonna be needing to be replaced sooner than it would have, if we stay with the 2027 purchase, I assume we would be bumping that up to 25 and then expecting the next purchase in 2040 instead of 2042.
Yeah, so that would be up to the discretion of council there if we wanted to make that adjustment, that one minor adjustment, since this is the first time we've come up with an idea like this to go this way. Like our team looks at it as it's worth the 1 year age difference in the apparatus to make an adjustment to the fleet capital plan based on the savings that we're forecasting versus the long-term goal. So adjusting that 15-year life cycle from 2025 when it goes into service forward to 2045, so.
Councillor Northcott?
On the current truck, is for replacement parts, are you having difficulty finding replacement parts for the cab and chassis or the skid itself? And is the skid on the existing unit, would it be able to be put onto a new cab and chassis, or how does that work?
So according to our fleet team and stuff, when we've talked, the truck itself has gone through normal wear and tear and a little bit of excessive stuff on the cabin chassis. It's been a harder unit to work on, but it's the parts for the, sorry, there's feedback. It's been the parts on the skid unit in the back half. So these style trucks that we've, like the two that we've taken to switch to in that, it's hard to see in the picture here. I'm not sure if we can scan Jenna to the other picture that shows. Yeah, that very first picture, it's hard to see, but in the passenger side rear corner, these have a Kubota diesel engine that's integrated into the truck that's tied into the fuel system and everything. So it runs similar to like a fire truck where it's all intertwined. Our older style apparatus that we currently have is, like you referred to, a skid that can come in and out of a unit. But the current skid that's in there is the one that's posing some problems because it's a dated model that's not made anymore. And we've had to kind of salvage parts to keep that one running.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Is there, rather than just getting a lump sum price on this thing
Yep.
presented to council, is there an option or an opportunity to have a cost breakdown to see where why this unit would cost?
Yeah, I could put a request to our builder and stuff to see if we could get the full breakdown. I know typically when we look at these trucks, it's broken down into the cabin chassis as kind of part A, and then the back half and everything is part B, and everything's line itemed. When we get a build package put together for a purpose-built truck, they're typically in excess of like 80-page document. So from every type of fitting, the fuel system, the starting system, being able to run the pump from inside the cab as well as on the back of the truck and all the other options that are there, those are all based on like our current needs, so we can have that cookie cutter image there. But we could have a breakdown of council requests for that, no problem.
I bought things, and I'm sure everybody has here,
Yep.
bought items that have, been significant value, but to say 80 pages,
There's quite a bit.
yeah, I know, but I don't know if I fully agree with that. I'm not looking for an 80-page thing.
Yeah.
I'm looking for,
A summary?
pump, the tires, are you changing the differentials, like transmissions, transfer cases?
Yeah.
Just that, so I don't need to see not
Sure.
bolt washer, like 80 pages. I think that's a little bit beyond what I'm sort of asking for, but.
Yeah, I do believe, if I remember correctly, there is a 2 to 3 page short summary with all the additional breakdowns on the cabin chassis itself, because the engine is the same, the chassis is the same, but it's the suspension, the brakes, the drivetrain, and then obviously the fabricated back half. But I can put that together for council.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion to endorse option A. I think that it's, in the long run, the cheaper option for the taxpayers. However, I would also have a question with regards to the fire services master plan. When is that coming back to be reviewed? I think that it's pertinent, especially considering that we're trying to work towards advocating for changes to FUS ratings, underwriters, so that trucks are no longer based simply on yearing out, but their technical and tactical merit. I think that it'd be valuable for us to go through the fire services master plan to make sure that we are doing that very thing. I understand that you are saying that this has had some issues, so I think that there's value in replacing it either way. But I also think that it's important that we look at lots of options, including reviewing the fire service master plan. There's many municipalities I talked to even last week at Brownlee that are now building their own separate like truck and skid units, so that if they have an issue with the skid, get rid of the skid, put put a new one on. If they have an issue with the truck, get rid of the truck, put a new one on. Because these brush units are not necessarily as subject to underwriters as, say, a frontline pump would be. So they're coming up with some other options. So perhaps reviewing that fire services master plan would be prudent of us to do. But I will make the motion for endorsing option A.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any further discussion on the motion to proceed with option A? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, when you initially got the price for the 525,000, was that just, did you actually ask for a bid or a price that would be in the year 2027 delivery? Or was this just to get a ballpark figure on what the cost was?
So Deputy Reeve, great question. To answer the question, that is one of the challenges in the industry right now. From month to month, our suppliers are only giving us 30-day quotes because of so many uncontrollable variables in the nature of everything coming from stateside, Canadian side, tariffs, taxes, and inflationary costs that are out of their control. When they build these trucks, not all the parts are something that they fabricate in-house, which poses challenges from pumps to fittings to all the extra pieces there. So the 525 number that's been seen and approved there in council-wise, that number there was a number that we had spoke with the manufacturers. We upped that number from what it previously was in the master plan 2 years before, based on an inflationary average that we saw on a 5-year trend that was continuing to grow. And it's proven that when we estimated high with the research from the manufacturers, and we went to 3 different of the top manufacturers for comparables, every year it's exceeded what the inflationary estimation would be on that. So we wanted to be able to try to have the most concrete numbers we could to bring to council to be able to support that build, but also look for alternative resources or where there were some cost saving opportunities. So that number is very hard to do with a 2-year build time. Like if you put your deposit down in that calendar year, that does lock in your price. But the only changes would be is if any changes were to be made at the mid-ship build, where we go for that mid-inspection and there's any changes, that's when the additional costs would be seen and there'd be a recommendation for extra money if it was already exceeding where it was at.
Okay, so we haven't put a deposit down on this unit?
Correct.
As of yet?
Correct. No, we've held off on the deposit for that unit because we can't go ahead with the purchase because it's already exceeding what the budget is based on what our dealerships told us right now. They said a formal quote right now, if we were to pull it off, would be in the 575 to 600 ballpark range. And they said that if you want to go ahead with that, we can populate that formal quote. And that was in the end of December when we had that last conversation with them. And then we spoke with them in January and they said it's probably going to exceed the 600 if it's not something done in the 30 days. So that's why we made a push to bring to council that I think spending that large amount of money to go exceed 600,000 for this truck, I think the builders are very highly priced for what you get on what it is and the options are limited. So when we found out that this demo that was a side-by-side build with the truck that we've already just got into service here, or that's going into service in the next couple of weeks, would be the most feasible option and the most respectful option for the budget and for the taxpayers.
Okay, one other question.
Yes?
This option A, the demo one?
Yep.
How many miles, how many hours are on this unit and where was it demonstrated at?
So this truck's never been put into service. It was their show truck. The truck was built in Boise, Idaho. And then the truck was brought, they did kind of like a west to east coast tour with it. So they hit a couple of like the fire chiefs conventions and shows and conferences. And it's sitting at their commercial dealership, which is, Commercial is the name of the company that has offices across Canada. It's sitting at the commercial dealership in Ontario right now. The last update we have is it hasn't moved in a couple weeks. It's sitting in a heated showroom right now. And it has approximately 14,000 kilometers on it. And that discussion had been had with fleet as well. And it was supported that that's good that it actually has some kilometers on it because it'll have that wear and tear break-in period per se. And when it comes to us, it'll be fully dealer serviced and ready to go under warranty as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott?
Oh, I was just wondering when this decision had to be made, and I was just curious if there'd be a possibility to just to see that cost break on the truck, just for the cab and chassis and the skid and all that stuff, just to see what the, really where the large amount of value is in the unit.
Yeah. I can pull that up. I'm not sure if I can get it here quickly. If it was okay, Reeve, if you wanted to go to a quick break, I can pull it up and then get Janet to pull that up in a few minutes. I just need a few minutes to pull that up, if it was all right
Yep.
by council, if that
We
works.
can take a quick break for 5 minutes. And welcome back from our break. We're at item 7.1.1 in regards to the capital budget adjustment in regards to a Unit 300. We just took a break for the chief to look up a financial summary as requested by Councillor Northcott. So I'll turn it over to you, Chief, again.
I was able to do some digging in regards to Councillor Northcott's question. I do not have a line item breakdown for that to answer that question. When we get our prices when it comes to the purpose-built specs, the chassis is the only thing that's separate from the rest of the unit. So we have the chassis purchase price, which we're presented, and then the final product price, which we're presented. We don't have the opportunity to see a line-for-line breakdown item with cost. So when we look at that whole build, I have the team working on the back end to see what they can put together for a better breakdown, but it's not something they can do quickly in 5 minutes, unfortunately, at this time. So I apologize for that.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I certainly will be supporting the motion before us. Ultimately, I think we have a great opportunity here. Knowing the intensity of wildfires and the number of wildfires and the wide scope of these wildfires, I assume that the demand for this type of apparatus will be very high over the next number of years as they replace equipment that's either not met the service need that they require, or that they're replacing units that have simply worn out or been damaged. So I can see this being an opportunity. I think another thing is it really highlights the benefit to our asset management plan and a fleet management plan, and being able to restrict or fund these kinds of purchases through restricted surplus. I think it allows us to take advantage of these opportunities, and I think this is one that is a positive one to support at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. As I understand it, then the problem with the Unit 300 is the APU, like the power unit in not in the vehicle itself, but in, I guess we call it the skid.
Correct.
The back part, and that can't be updated or replaced?
So we could replace the whole unit. It would be a capital expenditure if we were to replace the whole unit, but we're still dealing with the outdated pickup trucks. So when we look at the Fleet Service Master Plan, what's been adopted, we have a unique breakdown based on the type of apparatus. So say, for example, our command units that we drive, the day-to-day pickup trucks and the response units there, have a 5 to 7 year, 200,000 life cycle that's been approved. Our brush trucks have the 10 to 15 year based on wear and tear and if it's becoming excessive cost, and then our fire trucks in the 15 to 20 year aspect as well. With that being said, this one is approaching the 15-year end of life cycle for this apparatus, and it's been highlighted by our fleet manager that the truck itself has started becoming tired and costing more on the maintenance and repair side, as well as the skid that's in the back. The only difference that I would highlight is that the new style that we've gone to with the 2 trucks, the 500 and Unit 600 that are in service now, and then with the plans to continue with that process plan with 300, is to go away from the skids, the skid style units that you can slide in and out, and go with an integrated pump system, because it gives us more versatility to change out. And we've also factored that in our long-term planning as well too, is with the newer chassis and the trucks that are there and the suspension components and the drivetrain, and that is, obviously I can't forecast 15 to 20 years from now if parts are gonna be available, but I'd like to say that the truck components itself, the cabin chassis will be, and with the engine switch style that we're going to, with the Kubota style engine drive that runs off the truck's fuel system that's integrated, and the pumping systems that are there are more of a commercial style pumping that's kind of like a small fire truck engine, if you will, versus like a smaller farm style pump. So this is gonna give us the versatility and the durability to last longer. And because this is the first generation that we're switching here, we do have that as a note to continue to monitor with fleet. And if there's an opportunity to extend these trucks from a 15-year life cycle to a 20, we're more than happy to do that. I know Councillor Melhoff's mentioned that in the past, and our team's been diligently looking at our Fleet Service Master Plan as a whole to see where we can extend stuff. In my term here thus far, we've removed a couple vehicles that we haven't needed to in our fleet to save the ratepayers money and still perform that same level of service. We're continuing to evaluate that as we go. That's one of our biggest projects in the Q1 and Q2 of this year, is updating that Fire Service Master Plan when it comes to the fleet side specifically. We've already extended the life on several side-by-side units and other units that were due to come into replacement last year and this year, that we've come up with a 3 to 5 year game plan and seeing where it goes. If we can still get parts and the hours are low and the kilometers are low, we are more than happy to keep it in service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Follow up?
Yes, please. Is there a different life cycle between the chassis and the fire unit on the back, the skid? Like, can they be just put onto a new chassis with the, you know, when this chassis reaches its life end?
So to answer that question, in the older style trucks that we currently have with the skid in the back, like our Wildland Urban Interface team has their unit that has a removable skid to take in and out with a forklift or a crane of some sort. That's easy to do that. With the intention of the purpose of what that truck's being built for. So the small rapid approach that we use with this new style chassis that council's seen the pictures of, that is an integrated system that is not intended to just slide in and slide out. It's, I would say, look at it the same way you'd look at a fire truck versus a pickup truck with a skid in the back. The reason why we want to look at that avenue to go with an integrated system to potentially extend it from 15 to 20 year based on how this truck performs. Like I said, it's brand new. It's only been out for 2 years it's built, so we don't know what the longevity looks like. But what we've been told by the manufacturer is these are intended to be a full service life built truck. And it's not a slap together off the shelf type of product. It's something that has the highest safety rating for rollover protection and stuff like that as well too to factor in, and that's why one of the main decisions we wanted to go with that. Our neighboring department in Sundre had an incident in the last couple of years where they rolled over one of their trucks and it was a total write-off, and we did a study with them and we chatted with them as well too and factored that in. They run very similar terrain to what we do, and obviously that safety was a big component for us, and that's why we wanted to look at something that added more stability. That's why the back half looks bigger than what some of our previous builds have had.
Okay, how many kilometers are on the current one?
14,000.
Not the newer one, but the existing one.
The current one?
300.
I have the build sheet.
How much use are we seeing?
The odometer, last time it went in for service, was, sorry, just one sec here. I had Fleet print off a couple of their last service orders here. So it's a 2011 Ford F550 chassis. The last major overhaul it had was in January of 23, and that was a 45-hour labor job, working on the pump and the chassis itself. He just had printed off the most major one. I don't have the exact current up-to-date kilometers one with me right now, but at the time, January of 2023, when that major overhaul was done, it was around just under 40,000. So I would ballpark that truck is in the under 50,000 kilometer range on the truck itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And those aren't highway miles either, the kilometers, those are hard miles. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I have the question on the demo one that we're purchasing. How soon can it be in service at Caroline?
So the positive thing with this option here is this is something we put into play very quickly. So if council supported that, I would be able to make the email to say that, hey, this is an option that we're gonna go ahead with. We would put the request in, commercial would have that truck brought out to the Calgary dealership. They would do the full PDI, get it all ready to go. We'd have it shipped here, then we'd go to our local partners. We would have it wrapped. We would have our team put in the radios and all the other electronics that's needed. We'd have our fleet team put in the GPS and the cameras and all of that. Our rough ballpark right now to have that truck in service would be just right for the start of wildfire season this year. That would be a huge asset. Looking at the precip conditions as well as the low snow amounts that we got this year, and talking with our wildfire partners, we're already forecasting a potentially scary year. So we want to make sure we have all our ducks in a row early so we can action those things.
So you're saying May, June?
That's the ballpark we're looking at right now. Before May long weekend is the goal to have it in service for.
And the goal is that when we get it, then it'll be good for 15 years.
That's what we're forecasting, correct.
And that's how it'll be licensed.
15-year minimum, might I add to Deputy Reeve, like I said.
Maybe to 20.
Yep, we always have that intent to keep it longer than it's needed. We plan for the end of life cycle at 15, but if the truck comes into play and we come to council and it's like, hey, this truck's still good, we'd like to defer it another 2 years, then we'll present that to the council of the day at the time, 15 years from now, and we'd like to keep it in service. And with this style that we're going to, it is a robust style, so we are forecasting that that's something that's probably going to exceed its 15-year life cycle.
Have you had any any problems with the other one that we got that's akin to this one?
No, we've had a lot of positive feedback. When we were down at the manufacturer's facility, they call it a torture test, where you get to put it in all different types of terrain and body roll angles and all these different situations, pump it, more or less torture it to see what it really can do with the trained professionals there. And this thing outperformed and exceeded our expectations. And that's why our committee as a whole wanted to go with this avenue, because it'll exceed the expectations of what we want.
So the one that we have is the one
Phenomenal,
that you
correct.
did?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so motion on the floor to go with option A, approving the 2025 capital budget adjustment for Unit 300 to increase the 2025 expenditure amount by $436,500 and to increase transfers from restricted service by the same. All right, if there's no other comments or questions, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that motion passes. Thank you very much for coming in today. And thank you very much for the information. So now we are at, oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Do we need a motion to go through the fire services master plan, or is that something that will be coming back to council for review?
Great question. That is already in play. Once we have our updates done, one of the main focuses were to get the pictures of the new trucks that have just come into our possession. The new 302 that just went into service in Caroline last week, Tuesday night, and it ran its first call on the Wednesday. 604, the new ladder truck we do have in our shop right now. We have next week all the in-person training. And I did mention to CAO Emmons there that if council would like to see it, I can bring the new ladder truck by at lunch break today too, if everybody wants to see out front.
Well, you know I want to see it, like.
Not very many people
Can I
don't want to
drive
see
it?
a beautiful new truck, so.
That would be great, and so that'll come to a workshop or a strategic planning meeting in Q1, Q2?
I would say probably towards the end of Q2 is what we're looking at right now, because we got some research projects there where we want to get some more details on and stuff like that for the longevity aspect. My question would be, I'm not too sure how it would like to be up in a strategic planning or more just a normal setting.
CEO Emmons?
Thank you for the question. We need to sit down and dialogue out what we think would be the best format for council, whether it be a workshop or a strategic plan. Honestly, it would fit well in both, so we haven't figured out that part yet.
Perfect, thank you.
Well,
And yes, I want to see.
Okay, I'll line that up for.
We're in. I think we all want to go for a ride, actually.
600 brush truck, which is the cookie cutter to what we talked about today, and I'll see if I can have both those out front for lunch break.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we said that over live stream, so how many other people are gonna be showing up? Of administration. All right, so that's awesome. We're gonna move to the delegation section now. So we have our delegation here from Regional Seniors Affordable Housing Delegation, Ms. Kidd, and we'll give her a minute here to come on up and join us. Good morning and welcome. And before we get started, we're going to do introductions first, okay? So we'll start on my right, please.
Good morning, welcome, Jenny Melhoff. I'm the counselor for Division 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Vanessa. Brian, Ward 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Ward 7.
Morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, for Ward 5.
Barbara Gibson, councillor.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And I'm Vanessa Kidd, CAO of Rocky Senior Housing Council. Reeve, Deputy Reeve Council and Administration, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this delegation today. The topic for today is twofold. Firstly, to request funds, and secondly, to just provide some information on recent regional seniors affordable housing project idea that was proposed to Rocky Senior Housing Council. So Rocky Senior Housing Council is requesting $13,096 to contract a regional affordable housing consultation coordinator who will gather information to determine the affordable housing and wraparound service requirements of our regional population, specifically for seniors. When I'm talking about wraparound services, I'm referring to the items and the things, the services that allow seniors to be able to live independently and to stay in the place that they want to stay in, and have a good quality of life. So it could be home care coming in, it could be transportation to medical appointments, it could be Meals on Wheels being delivered, even mental health supports, those types of things. For this total amount, the budget is $19,882, and Rocky Senior Housing Council will contribute $5,000, and then I have asked for a delegation to the town for next week, just waiting on confirmation for that, and we'll be requesting the balance of $1,786. So as I said, the second part of today is to inform council of the recent regional seniors affordable housing project idea that has been proposed to us by Minister Nixon. So that is something that I will get into a little bit further as well. A little bit of background information, because often we find with Rocky Senior Housing Council there might be misinformation about what we actually do. So we are a housing management body incorporated under the Alberta Housing Act, and we currently have 6 buildings providing affordable housing for seniors 65 and older. And we have 2 housing programs. So the first one, just quickly talk about that, is Westview Lodge. And it is independent, they're all independent senior living accommodations. With the lodge, we would say more it's functionally independent, where the residents can take care of their needs overnight. They don't wander, they live amicably together, hopefully, and they just don't want to cook or clean anymore, and they want activities planned for them and to be able to enjoy their golden years that way. The revenue for the lodge comes from the rents from the residents, as well as an amount from the province from the Lodge Assistance Program, as well as, of course, municipal requisition. And our lodge here in Rocky Mountain House is owned by Rocky Senior Housing Council, owned and operated. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the main focus of today's presentation, and that is our other housing program that we offer, which is this Senior Self-Contained Affordable Housing Program. So these are the 5 other buildings. We've got 3 in Rocky, Columbus Place, Acton House, and Day Manor, and Mountain Sunset Manor in Caroline, and in Leslieville we have McLeod Manor. And they are governed by the Social Housing Accommodation Regulation, which is under the Alberta Housing Act as well as the Residential Tenancy Act. So basically subsidized living in an apartment style or somewhat townhouse style building, depending on where you are. And these buildings are all owned by Alberta Social Housing Corporation, and that's important for what we'll talk about moving forward. This means that all of the capital maintenance and renewal is done by the province, and the operational funding, just operating these buildings and providing the affordable housing is always backed up by deficit funding. So if there is need to, to help that way, the province has traditionally deficit funded that. In order to be able to live in the senior self-contained units, an applicant tenant would need to make under $42,500, and they would need to be able to provide that by notice of assessment with their application, as well as our application that we ask them to fill out, and a medical that's done by a physician to state that they are able to live independently. With these items, we then point score the completed application, and that is, it assigns them a number. It's a point scoring system that the province has developed, and it's standardized. And really, it's not about getting your application in first, it's about what is your highest housing need, and that's how you would rise to the top of the list. And your rent is based on the 30% of that line, 15,000 income. So the rent in all of our buildings will include all of the utilities except for power, and also includes laundry. Laundry is shared in common areas except for in Leslieville. The 4 units there are completely self-contained. And then, so everything except for your, like if you have your phone or your cell phone, internet and cable and parking, those would be extra items. They're all 1 bedrooms. They're all 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, small living room and kitchen area. And then, except for Leslie, they'll have that nice social gathering area. Moving on to the Affordable Housing Partnership Program. So that is the current provincial capital program for implementing Alberta's funding commitment in alignment with Stronger Foundations, which is the 10-year strategy to improve and increase on affordable housing across the province. Some main points for applying to the AHPP would be the application would need to have 5 new net affordable housing units would need to be built. There needs to be that solid operational plan that is financially viable and sustainable. There needs to be a high level of affordability for the new builds. The units would need to be for affordable living. And there needs to be local support from regional consultation. So one of the reasons why we'd like to get this consultation coordinator hired to supply some information that would show that there is local support. The province themselves would contribute up to 1/3 of the capital for this build, and they would, it could come in the form of land or funds, and the remaining would come from the feds and the majority of it landing on municipalities. Private contribution can be something that can be incorporated into this as well if there is a private contributor. The big thing with this is that the province is moving away from an owner to a regulator. So they don't want to be owning the affordable housing stock. In fact, right now, the stock that they do have, that we operate, they would like to try and transfer it to us, and those moves haven't been made yet. That's sort of across provincially. They're working on that. But with this capital program, any of the new builds would definitely fall under the people who build them, the organization that builds them. So it could be a muni corp, it could be a housing management body that could do that, but they would need to be fully sustainable with their operations and, of course, have a capital plan as well for future capital renewal and replacements. So with the sustainability, there's 3 models that they're sort of presenting. The mixed income would be rentals that have the affordable and market or near market sort of in the same building or in the same unit area that's where they're being built. The mixed tenure would be the rental, affordable rentals with the owner, the other people would own the buildings or own their units. And then mixed use would be if you had the affordable rentals included with commercial, office, or retail space. The current regional opportunity came forward after a meeting in June 2024. So representation from Rocky Senior Housing Council was asked to come to Caroline, have a meeting with Minister Nixon of Seniors, Community and Social Services, and his ADM was there as well from Seniors Housing. There was also the Caroline Chamber, the Village of Caroline, and Clearwater County was represented there. So Minister Nixon proposed the idea of Rocky Senior Housing Council developing a regional seniors affordable housing project under the Affordable Housing Partnership Program to increase seniors affordable housing in Clearwater County and Rocky Mountain House. So since that meeting in June, we've had 3 meetings to discuss and hear from stakeholders and find information and gather feedback. From the last meeting we had in January, a decision came out of that to move forward with this idea with this consultation coordinator. Because recognizing we've had a lot of studies and surveys and things that have happened in the last couple of years, and of course they're expensive, they take time, and there is a lot of really good information out there already. So this person would gather that information, study it, find out what are the gaps within that according to affordable housing in general for our region. And then they would have those gaps that would provide a foundation for detailed community consultation work and one-on-one surveys, those types of things. So that there would be a final document that would come out of it that would really tell us what exactly is needed specifically for affordable housing in our region and specifically for seniors affordable housing. So So why coming to council now? I guess there is a need for urgency to get this position going because this is a big component that is required to be put into an application for the Affordable Housing Partnership Program. And there was talk that, you know, if we're looking at building times and just the time it takes to build buildings and get things off the ground, that a possible fall application during the fall intake period for this program might be a good target, either for us or somebody, you know, if other people were wanting to put an application in for this. So that's why we are coming to councils to request the funding for this. There is seed funding through CMHC, but they haven't renewed their 2025 funding commitment quite yet. And so it's going to take a little bit of time again. And yeah, this is a need, as we all know, across the province and the country to have affordable housing. So it's important, and that's why we're looking into this. So in conclusion, the consultation coordinator will provide a regional affordable housing final document that would support a possible application to the Affordable Housing Partnership Program for seniors housing in our region. As a final statement, Rocky Senior Housing Council is requesting council's approval to fund the requested amount of $13,096 to hire a contract regional affordable housing consultation coordinator and accept the regional seniors affordable housing project idea as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council for Ms. Kidd? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You had mentioned that this was a suggestion from the minister's office. Are they contributing to the research on this project?
No, I think it's when you do you mean for the application, sorry?
Yeah, you had
apply to
suggested that this was a suggestion of Minister Nixon in his office, but in your paperwork, it doesn't show him as a contributor to the cost of doing the study.
Right, yeah, because with, that would be something with this program, with the Affordable Housing Partnership Program, it's up to the housing management body or whoever is putting in the application eventually to do the work that's required behind it. So I guess on our part, we would provide that and see if it is something that's viable to move forward with and to put in that contract or the application, sorry. So I guess that's why the funding would come from our end, or we would seek it ourselves.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yep, and then we'll, Castor, go for it.
This is actually probably a question for Ms. Serhan. For 2024, what was the seniors housing requisition? And then do we have a number for what 2025 requisition is to look like?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I for sure can get it for you. Yes, and seniors housing does have that mechanism of the requisition. So truly this is, this is something that can be added to that requisition, and it's just gathered from the ratepayers within Clearwater County through that distribution or formula on which properties are funding that particular service within Clearwater County.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. The idea I'm getting from this is that we would be a pilot, this area would be a pilot for this concept. And that the concept is to a complex that has both commercial and subsidized space. And the idea being that the commercial space, or the rental market space, would subsidize the operation of the subsidized seniors facilities.
Yes, that's correct. Any of those three models spoken about, so it could be a commercial property or office space. It could be the mixed tenure where you've got owner-occupied building combined with that, or it could be the mixed income with market rental with the affordable rental as well.
Okay. How does the society feel about becoming a property manager?
Well, we are a property manager for Westview Lodge right now, so it is, we own that. I mean, we have experience that way, but it's, yeah, it's a totally different thing. It's different this way because the lodge itself is supported by requisition through the under the Alberta Housing Act. But if we're speaking technically with senior subsidized housing, that does not fall under lodge accommodation. So there's not that part of the municipal, through the Alberta Housing Act, that would not be available to back it up operationally. That's why there needs to be a solid operational plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be very interesting to see that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Sarhan?
So I just pulled up the requisition for 2024, and Clearwater County residents or tax base paid 88.35% of the overall requisition based on assessment ratios. And the total requisition for those ratepayers was $1,226,150. And again, that requisition just is not, just flows through Clearwater County's tax notices and gets placed directly on those assessed properties. And it's paid to Clearwater County with the municipal requisition, but those funds are just forwarded on to the lodge.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty. I'm just wondering, in society as a whole, there's it appears that there's an increase with stress and anxiety amongst many residents and people. There's a need for affordable housing, I think, with just about, it doesn't matter what age demographic, it's just housing is expensive. There's often long wait times, or sometimes even the inability to be able to access a walk-in clinic for people because of high patient volume. The doors are locked, often early in the morning. Society as a whole pays, I believe, the highest taxes and the highest rates of inflation that we've ever paid in history. There's an increase in social programs, of whether it's food banks or domestic abuse, or really all programs as a whole. I'm just wondering, is there any identifying factors or what the higher level of governments are doing to create this? Our provincial government and our federal government, what are they doing? Because all this is, like, they're all funded by tax dollars, these programs. But what decisions are our higher levels of government, what are they doing to create this in society? And could it be identified to whatever they're doing doesn't appear to be correct?
Do you have an answer?
No, I think part of looking into, for our region, understanding what are those wraparound services and how we can help that way. Yeah, as far as it goes to the higher up, I know they are trying different things for, with the new health pillars and all of that. But yeah, that's a huge question that I can't answer, I don't think, yeah.
And I think as far as being on the Rocky Seniors Housing Council with Councillor Cermak here, we understand that the greatest need in our region is for affordable seniors housing. And that's what we're going to address if we wanted to take the full spectrum and talk about unhoused to that's not part of this mandate. The mandate would be just for seniors independent living. And as we know in the past, this council's been asked in regards to doing something more in Caroline. So I think this will identify in Caroline, and this consultant will actually, what we're hoping to propose is gather all the data and the gaps according to the application and going forward. So even though we have specific information for different population in different areas, this is just going to pool everything and bring us a better breakdown. So, Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. As you stated, this is for investigating seniors independent living, but it's my understanding that one of our biggest issues is actually seniors assisted living, and that's actually blocking some of the beds that we currently already have for seniors assisted living. Will this coordinator, the study, or will this make sure that that brings that to the forefront, that in actuality, we may have enough beds already if we get the patients that are actually long-term care patients out of our current facilities that are meant for independent living. Will this actually take on that issue? I know we can't obviously look at it from the hospital lens, but right now we have long-term care patients sitting in acute care beds, which is causing an issue there. So will this address some of that problem? Because we might have enough assisted living, independent living beds if we get the assisted living patients out of those beds. Will this include that?
It's not a specific, I don't think the intent is to build something that has the assisted living beds in it to get the people out of the hospital, but I think it does help in the sense that if there's more affordable housing with the appropriate wraparound services, that there's that preventative part of it. That is going to help in the long run. It's not going to be a quick fix. That's why I think it's important that those wraparound services are really looked at and potentially incorporated into any affordable builds, because that's that early work and trying to, like, help get home care in more homes, and being able to transport people to the hospital, trying to help so that they don't get to that stage where they're really needing that high care maybe as soon, or trying to prevent some of it. So in a prevention sense, I feel it would help. But in terms of my understanding, because we have discussed before with the supportive living, and would that be something we would want to delve into, that is, it's regulated. It was prior to the 4 new pillars with Alberta Health, it was regulated to say who could go where and where more beds could be built. So I'm not sure how it is now or how that's going to look, but there are a lot of changes coming down as well with health. So hopefully they help with getting people out of those beds. Yeah.
Supplementary. We have put in a request to meet with the health minister. I'm not sure if she's accepted that request or that meeting yet. But if we are successful in getting that meeting, is there something that you guys can recommend that could help on this front? The wraparound services exist. There's just not enough of them. So perhaps there's an opportunity for you to work with us to try to come up with whether it's more home care needed, or mobile integrated health being utilized, or more of the West Family Services transit teams. Like, is there some things that we can suggest to the minister that would be helpful for you? Because it's not just about getting these long-term care patients out of the hospital. You have long-term care residents, because they're residents for you, right? You have residents that should be in long-term care that are within your independent living facility. Is there something we can suggest to the health minister to actually help with some of those problems and free up those independent living beds?
Yeah, I'm sure there could be suggestions, as well as even asking, there's the different stakeholders in this community that would have lots of input that way. That might be something to, we could provide some input, as well as West Country Family Services, and potentially even the people that worked on the Tamarack Trail study, even through Mountain Rose or the Clearwater Housing Foundation. There is a good group of people in this area that want to contribute and help with suggestions. So if that meeting is made, then I'm sure we'd provide some support and be able to do that.
So perhaps a pre-meeting with all the stakeholders in the area if the minister's office accepts our request for a meeting, so that we can be fully prepared to fully advocate for this community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
Councillor Northcott, and then I'll go to Councillor Gibson.
Okay. No, I just, some of the programs that the higher levels of government have, they've made programs such as the Alberta Calling Campaign. They spent, Alberta government spent millions of dollars, of Albertans' dollars, to campaign to other provinces, and there was a significant increase in general population to Alberta, and there was also an increase in demand on the social programs in Alberta. They also offered tax credits for people to move to Alberta, but I don't see those tax credits going to seniors or people that need housing here in Alberta, or those millions of dollars that they spent on those campaign dollars. They could have also been utilized here for residents. Governments always seem to create many government agencies which spend costs billions of dollars to fund these government agencies, and often really at the end of the day don't provide any valuable good or service to society, but it consumes the general population, or a lot of people paid by tax dollars, and in my opinion, contributes to higher taxation to people and businesses. But I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Gibson?
Yes, I'm wondering about the 5 other buildings in the other villages and towns. What's their occupancy on them?
Full, they're full.
They're full,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, we've got one vacancy in Caroline right now.
Okay, and then what about at the, what about in Rocky here?
Rockies is full, yeah, and there is a bit of a waiting list as well. We have had a growing waiting list since 2023.
Okay,
Yeah, more significant.
so definitely a need for it then? In all sectors?
Thank you. So as per outlined in the background, whenever we have a request, and as per our procedure bylaw 1177/23, anytime we get a request, we prefer administration to come back with a background report from with that request. So as per staff recommendation, it is this time to just receive the proposal for information at this time, and then we will. So looking for a motion to that effect.
I will make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak will make that motion. And any further questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Not so much questions. I would hope this study would include the detail that Councillor Malhalf has mentioned as, where should we be appropriately, rather than how we're forced to function and find solutions to fit that. But I also see some far-reaching regional impacts of doing this pilot. They really are economic development, so there's a lot of work ahead. But I will support the motion.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll see no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today. You bet. So now that we've finished our delegation section, we are now moving on to reports. And item 8.1 is the CEO report. So I'll turn it over to CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. The February 11th, 2025 CAO report. The educational campaign for Albertans considering running for municipal office. Alberta's municipal election will be held on October 20th, 2025. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, and Alberta Munis are partnering to offer educational resources and other learning opportunities to those considering running for elected office in the upcoming municipal election. The collaboration will provide prospective candidates and Albertans at large with a comprehensive and authentic introduction to municipal service, highlighting everything from daily responsibilities and the role of a municipal elected official to how to run for office. As part of the campaign, RMA and Alberta Munis will be co-hosting a series of webinars open to the public to provide opportunity to gain insights and ask questions about running for municipal office. The Running for Municipal Office webpage offers an overview of the campaign and includes materials developed by the RMA and Alberta Munis and Alberta Municipal Affairs. Residents of Clearwater County can also visit our website or the main office in Rocky or Caroline to pick up a candidate package. The 2025 Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, annual conference is May 29th to June 1st, 2025, held in Ottawa, Ontario. This conference gives councillors the opportunity to network with other leaders who are focused on similar municipal issues. Councillors will also learn best practices and gain new insights to meet ongoing challenges via workshops, study tours, and discussions. This conference also provides a space to raise our community's concerns profiles by exchanging expertise and sharing about innovative wins right here in Clearwater County. As per council's policy, 3 councillors may attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference when it is held outside of Alberta. The Fire Smart program, project approval on January 22nd, 2025. Clearwater County received confirmation of its successful 2024-25 Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, otherwise known as a FRIA grant, funding application for $200,000 to aid with vegetation and fuel management adjacent to Nordeg's North subdivision. Administration is working with partners in the province's wildfire management branch in Rocky Mountain House. Completed and submitted the FRIA grant application. Below is an image of the Fire Smart treatment area, Unit 3359, related to the specific grant application. Fire Smart vegetation management will consist of selective mulching of approximately 28.5 hectares of conifer fuels that are adjacent to values at risk homes and cabins. In October 2024, the province's wildfire management branch shared with Nordeg stakeholders via direct mail the attached brochure with various prospective and proposed Fire Smart vegetation management areas to garner community feedback on treatment area priorities as well as vegetation management types and activities. And the brochure is attached with the map for council's information.
Okay, any other questions for CO Emmons in regards to his report? Not looking for a motion. Councillor Cermak?
On this Fire Smart, do they just go in there and clean the underbrush? They leave the live trees, they just take the dead ones and clean up the fuel that's laying there?
Thank you for the question. And Fire Smart engages with the community to truly do their best to accommodate the aesthetics of the community. So they'll do both. They'll clear cut an area as a bit of a fire guard if it's acceptable to the community, or they will take care of the deadfall and underbrush to remove that amount of fuel and mulch it down. For example, around Horberg, that community did not want to see any clear cutting, so it was a reduction of that low vegetation, so they mulched and worked around.
Go ahead, yes.
So does an expert go in there into this area and assess what should be done? And then that's presented to the residents and our council on what should be done there?
Absolutely. So with Clearwater County, we work very closely with Mr. Wade Caldwell with the province. Phenomenal partnership with that provincial employee. He's done nothing but help Clearwater County spearhead. In my past, actually, when Deputy Chief Hemrick was with the province of Alberta, he sat me down and went through the fire projection program. So they run it through that analysis and look for the most high-risk areas also to concentrate on those areas to mitigate the highest risk areas and get the best bang for our provincial and local tax dollars as possible.
Okay. So he really assesses it and he tells us what should be done and what has to be done.
He goes through the entire, the province of Alberta, because truly they're the experts working with our local experts, go through all the assessments and work and bring that data forward in a community engagement and start that conversation with the community.
Oh, great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. There are other areas here identified. Is the intention to continue to apply for these grants until we get all of those areas done?
Absolutely, it is, Councillor Ratcliffe. So it is Clearwater County's intent to continue to apply for these grants and mitigate as much as humanly possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just to follow up on Deputy Reeve Cermak's question, page 85 details what selective mulch conditions are and even provides some pictures. And if we remember back, Wade, and I cannot remember his teammate, but there was 2 individuals that came and described that over 100-page consultation process and full breakdown of the areas and why those areas were selected, wind, fuel management, projected fire, highest fire targets, et cetera. He presented that to us, I want to say September, but I could be totally wrong on the month, but they did present that very lengthy document to us and how they came up with that through their fire modeling programs and why they selected the ones they did and in what years that they would like to see it done, provided there is funding available to do so. So this wasn't just a willy-nilly decision at all, and they did present that to council several months ago.
Councillor Lahi?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. And I just want to kind of confirm my understanding of the rationale behind the Fire Smart program. It is to reduce risk, not eliminate risk. So the expectation of the community has to be balanced, that the aesthetics of the community are still maintained, not only at the cost of reducing that risk of I mean, we can't reduce all risk, but we want to find the balance between the remaining aesthetics of the community and the risk to the residents. Is that kind of what the program is intended to do?
Very well said, Councillor Lahi, spot on. It's simply put, by reducing the amount of fuel, you reduce the intensity of the fires, is the theory behind it. So therefore, you make it easier to mitigate a wildfire situation. Not saying it eliminates all risk, not saying it would eliminate a wildfire, but it's just proactive management. As stated, by reducing the amount of fuel, you should reduce the intensity.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Okay. So if there's no other questions, I would look for a motion to accept the CA report as presented. Go ahead. Okay, Councillor Northcutt, but you have a question?
I have a statement and a question.
Okay.
5-6 years ago, Regional Fire did a little demonstration plot of Fire Smart at the corner of Highway 11A and Ferrier Road. If anybody wants to see what the impact would have, like what all the work is, instead of just pictures. I also wanted to ask the CAO about something else. The town invited us to participate in a regional visioning session. I'm just wondering if we have any idea of when that might be, of dates and what progress would be made. Sorry, maybe it's an unfair question.
CO Emmons?
No, not an unfair question, but at this time, Councillor Ratcliffe, I haven't heard. I don't have that information right now.
Okay.
When I do, you guys definitely will.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I would make that motion then to accept the CAO.
Actually, Councillor
All right.
Northcutt had already,
Pardon me.
so beat you to, but that's okay, that's all right. So Councillor Northcutt made the motion to accept the CA report for information. Any other questions? If not, call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to our councillor remuneration report. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion to accept the remuneration report.
Make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Cermak makes that motion. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Moving on to item 8.3, it's our verbal council reports. So moving on to Councillor Melhoff to start.
Thank you, Reeve. I feel like I've had a very busy couple of weeks, which is always great. Starting it off with my drop-in session here at the county. I have found a trend with my drop-ins, and the trend lately has been that it's actually not municipal concerns. It seems to be provincial or federal concerns, particularly around healthcare. My last 2 drop-in sessions have been more healthcare-based questions of people just feeling helpless and not knowing where to turn. So coming to us as municipal leaders to try to help find some solutions and or advocate for some of the issues they're finding with the healthcare system. So I was happy to try to facilitate some of those issues and help send some emails off to the appropriate ministries and or through the Alberta Health program themselves, where you can send off questions and concerns. So I was happy to facilitate that, but it was interesting that it is shifted from municipally based jurisdiction to provincial jurisdiction. And like I said, I'm happy to facilitate that, but I think that there's been some line blurring for sure of where municipalities end and where jurisdiction for provincial and or federal government continues. But it definitely proves that we are the government of proximity, even if the federal government does not see us as a level of government. So I also attended the 4-H North speeches and presentations as a parent, but I wanted to make sure that I thanked the community members that stepped up to help with judging. It's no small task, and thank the Reeve for helping with that. It's hard to get people to commit their whole day to come and do judging, and I know that our ag and community staff did as well, and I'm sure that they did with the South Club this weekend as well, and I very much appreciate them doing that. It's awesome to see the up-and-coming leaders in our community, all the way from 6 years old to the seniors within the group. So I appreciate those people giving up their day to be judges for that. I also met with RPAP and the operating room manager at the hospital to set up our health skills day, or to work towards that. On May 1st, we'll be hosting through the high school a healthcare skills day. We were successful in getting a grant through the Rural Health Professions Action Plan to teach grade 10 and 11 kids some healthcare skills, to see if that's something they're actually a field they're interested in being a part of. So we'll have sessions happening that day, and invites will be going out to council for those that wish to attend, and hopefully some speaking opportunity for the Reeve and the acting mayor of the town as well. I also attended the State of the Town and County address at CHEMAX, put on by the Chamber. It was very, very well done, and our Reeve represented us very well. I'm always pleased to hear what's going on in the town as well, so that was great. Emerging trends. If you get to go to the one on Thursday, or you have the opportunity, and hopefully there's room, please attend. It was one of the best ones, and I'm told that it will be very similar in nature, the similar topics. It was fabulous, but I do have some concerns that I'm sure that our staff is very much on top of. They're changing the FOIP legislation into two different acts, Bill 33 and Bill 34, I believe. Even the Privacy Commissioner is concerned with some of the changes that they're making to the privacy and FOIP legislation. So I'm sure that that Tracy Lynn is well on top of this, but we will have to put in bylaws and policies with regards to these privacy changes. It was a very, very big topic at that Emerging Trends Conference, or Emerging Trends Day. And if you have the opportunity to go, make sure that you go to the one on Thursday, or I believe it's virtual as well, so you can potentially attend virtually on Thursday too. It's actually going to fall directly to the municipality to be in charge of all of that, rather than there being the provincial body. So there'll be a lot of implications, and they haven't yet really described what will happen with workplace investigations, code of conducts, whistleblower issues, or biases, or in-camera meetings, and you'll be able to start doing fees. Like, there's a lot of changes, and they haven't brought out the regulatory framework for it yet, and this is set to be in the spring, so there are going to be a lot of changes really quickly. They also went over some RFPs versus tendering, and some of the differences that are associated with that, and how some RFPs look like a tender, and then in court of law actually are treated as a tender. So we have to make sure our RFPs are being drafted as RFPs and not as tenders, so that you're not subject to the tendering Contract A, Contract B laws that are associated with that. Managing of municipal lands, they did a section on that as well and talked about how council can be ready for the school sites and the different, the 8.6 billion spend and 35 new schools that was announced, and how municipalities can make sure that they can capitalize on those new school builds or the refurbished builds. Like they did a whole section on that as well, and on JUPAs and how to work together as municipalities on those JUPAs, and I know we're working on those right now as well, so I found that very interesting. And I was speaking with a municipal leader on the east, and they actually in Trochu have turned their school into a community gym base, so it's not just using the gym itself, but the workout room. And I was curious, and we have some hamlets that don't have private workout facilities, if maybe that's something we can work into our own JUPAs, because they said that was extremely successful for them. Anyway, I have some more, and if you want, I can just send you my notes instead of happening to go through the whole thing with you. And then I attended, we changed the name, right? It's SCRMA, South Central Regional Municipalities area, and went through many of the resolutions that we're putting forward to go to RMA in March. And I would encourage all of you to just work through those. I'm sure they'll be posted once they're accepted through the next run here. And I also wanted to touch on the Rocky Credit Union. I attended that as a gas co-op member, but they had their 80th anniversary, and the big one that really stuck out to me is their staff have done 1,850 volunteer hours in 2024. That's amazing for a company to be doing that level of volunteerism with our community, and I thank them for their continued community support. And yeah, if you guys want my notes, I'm happy to send them your way. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Kind of had a bit of a spoiler alert for Thursday, but that's okay. It makes me all more excited to be going there anyway, so it's all good.
There's always different questions, and it's always, even though it's similar information, the questions that come out are always a huge part of that. So sorry for the spoiler for Thursday, but definitely go.
No, that's good. It's all good. All right, any other questions? Okay, Councillor Lougheed.
Well, thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you to Councillor Melhoff. Always look forward to working with other municipalities in the province. Great to see the provincial perspectives on a lot of these upcoming policy changes. And although I am wearing wool, I'm not a sheep, so I'm going to give feedback to the province all the way along the line of what I think is the best route forward anyways. But yeah, just kind of going over the last couple of weeks, it was great to have the broadband committee meeting and get updated on where we're at with that. I think it's of interest to the community as we move forward. And I think some of the choices that this council and previous councils have made relating to broadband have been driven home by world events, that we need to have a homegrown solution to our problems and move forward with that, and not be putting our faith in industry or shareholders of a non-Canadian company determining our future. So I think that's important, that we've made some sound choices here. Also took advantage of the Chamber's community address. I thank the Reeve for representing our county very well, and it was a great learning moment to learn more what's happening, not only with the town, but with those people that call this region home. Had an opportunity for the organizational meeting, or the first of the new municipality with the Heritage Grant Advisory Committee. Gladly can report that we had a number of applications that exceeded the budget there, so we were able to closely look at those applications, and we're able to award some of those applications, and are looking forward to additional information and other applications coming in. There's a small amount in the budget still to be dispersed at perhaps a later date. And also, we went through the reviews of the bylaws of that particular group, as well as the terms of reference, and there's some recommendations that will be coming forward to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of that group. Again, I think it's been a busy couple of weeks, and I look forward to what happens over the next couple of weeks. That's it for me for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Light. Any questions for Councillor Light? Seeing none, Councillor Cermak? Oh, sorry, Councillor. Okay.
I can talk about it later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I attended the broadband committee meeting. I was really impressed with all the information that was given out to our residents on what we're going to be doing this year. I was also very impressed that we have 4 ISPs that are working with our county. It looks like everything's going great. And now I am going to sit back and relax and see how great the system is working and get a report on that. That's what I'm looking forward to. And I'm sure that Murray and his people around him and will give us that as soon as he knows how well the system is working and how pleased the customers that we have on board already are receiving our system. So I really did appreciate all the information that was given to the county as a whole, and it's great if you wanted to get onto into our Facebook page or whatever page it is on the county and review it if you didn't see it when we were doing it. There is a lot of great information there. So, thank you.
Okay. All right, moving on then to Councillor Northcott.
Okay. Yes, last night I attended a Caroline Library meeting. One of the managers, her father passed away a few months ago, and out of her dad's estate, he had donated an AED to the Caroline Library. So the Caroline Library does now have an AED. We discussed and reviewed policies. Councillor Gibson's quite good at that stuff. She did an excellent job there. So I also attended a ranching opportunities event in Olds. They talked about the benefits of bale grazing and also the underutilization of winter cereal crops as forage. They also had a presentation there regarding sheep pregnancy, but it was technology they were using to identify vibrations in the animals' bodies, to identify, because every organ in your body and all the different fluids make different sounds, different vibrations. So they're hoping to use that to identify future illnesses before they actually become an illness. That's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
That sounds like a very interesting day that you had in regards to animals and in that ranching, so that's good. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I have a question
Okay.
for my friend Councillor Northcott. The studying these vibrations that sound pretty advanced. Are these electrical or acoustical? Is it sound that they're monitoring, or is it like electrical impulses?
It was just a little device, actually. I don't know if I can answer that question. I don't know the technical, how it worked, but it was just a little device. They used it on the sheep, and it'll identify. They said the sounds of each organ in your body is more unique than your fingerprints, like your fingers, than your. So I don't know if I couldn't. Okay. I was just more amazed by this. Yeah, every sound is unique to every different animal or every different human. They said even in they could put the device on, long paddocks or something like that, and when the animals walk by, they'd be able to identify the vibrations from the animal to tell if they were pregnant or not. So it was kind of neat.
Sorry, that was an unfair question. It's my technical background.
Yeah, and sorry, I can't answer that question.
Yeah,
I don't know
okay.
for sure.
Okay,
All right,
moving on then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
move on. Actually, the last few weeks have been reasonably quiet for me. On Friday, I did attend the Reynolds Mirth Municipal Law Seminar in Edmonton. And I've just made a few notes of things I thought, well, they stood out for me. The first part of it was talking about closed sessions in camera meetings and saying that a resolution to go into a closed session must refer to the relevant FOIP section. And also that the public must be given notice of when the council returns to open session and be allowed time to rejoin. So I'm not sure how that can be managed. There's also some discussion about what actually constitutes a meeting. And the two questions to answer were that would the public be deprived of information or input on decision-making if it was a closed session? That would then be a meeting, or that if a subject is moved towards a decision or a direction is given to staff, then, you know, those would actually be ruled as meetings, whatever they were called. But on the other side of the coin, that a detailed briefing on a subject, team or consensus building, don't constitute an official meeting. So, and also, the comments made in camera, that those are not a protection against defamation. If you want to run somebody down, it's not. Anyway, there was another session on property sales and incentives, as a lot of municipalities are property developers. And this is something we've recently changed our process on, but that an option to purchase or a sale of municipally owned property for less than market value must be advertised unless it's to a nonprofit society. And also that tax incentives to promote property sales require a bylaw. So if we wanted to have pioneer pricing for a subdivision in Nordic, we'd have to create a bylaw around that. The next session was around nuisance properties. And really this is not a municipal issue. It's a private law remedy between landowners. And what I found interesting was that the court would look at what's reasonably expected, but not by who was there first. And they provided several case laws, one being an example of a new development next to a golf course where over the season they collected about 300 golf balls off their property, some of which had caused damage. And even though the golf course was there first, they were required to change the green to accommodate that. There were several other sessions, one about conducting workplace investigations, about Bill 20, incentivizing affordable housing, and also making MGA orders, that is dealing with bylaw contraventions, how to make those work better in your municipality. I didn't have time to transcribe that, so next meeting I will go into those. I did bring a copy of the slides if anybody would like to go through them and get some other input from that law conference. And that's my report.
All right, thank you. Between the two law firms, it's always interesting to see the different topics and sometimes the similarities of different topics at the time that come up. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Are you able to send, do you have a digital version of the slides? Is that able to be shared? Okay.
Perhaps that's a scan and
Knew
send.
you would want to see it.
Thank you. I would love to take a look at them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Moving on now to Councillor Gibson.
Well, I don't know if it was here or not, but it seemed like it was. I attended the broadband meeting. Very, very interesting. A little bit above my head at times, but I managed to wade through the weeds. Then I was approached a little while ago about an interview from CBC Radio asking about the amalgamation. So I met with him, and Reg Dean came with me as well. He asked me what the amalgamation was going to be like for the village, now hamlets, so we discussed that. Then Reg talked about what we have in the village. And then he wanted to go on a tour. So we went up and down the streets, and we had lunch, and he asked a lot of questions from the residents that were having lunch about what they felt about the amalgamation. And once he gets it all put together, he will let me know when it is going to be broadcast, and I'll listen to it first and then tell you guys.
That's fair.
When it's on. I had a drop-in center, which was interesting because I forgot that, okay, I'm there, but nobody knows I'm there. I didn't want to put anything on Facebook or anything, so we quickly found a sandwich board, put a sign out, and I did have one person come and visit, which was good. So for the next time, we'll make sure that it's more advertised. Then attended the library meeting in Caroline. They're having Healthy Habits night tonight. They have 10 registered. They have 5 speakers. It's on fitness, nutrition, and wellness. And all of the groups in town have donated gift certificates, this type of thing. So it's kind of nice. They're free goodies. So it's nice because they have had a few earlier ones that haven't had great attendance. So with the 10 registered, we're really hoping on getting things going for that. They're doing their annual report for Parkland. And one of the interesting things was the increase on the print compared to DVDs. Print has dropped way down, DVDs have really increased, and that's books on tape and this type of thing. 2 years ago, it was reverse. So also, we are one of the busiest libraries. The fellow from Parkland that drives the van says that he drops 12 boxes off for us compared to 2 or 3 for some of the bigger libraries in the region. And also our, what is it called when they use the internet?
Internet services?
Yeah, have extremely increased on ours because ours are 24/7. And so as long as you're in the proximity of the library,
Wi-Fi.
you can, thank you, you can use the Wi-Fi, which is really nice. Also, one of our patrons, not one of our patrons, one of our board members donated personal products to the library because they're definitely in need. And the librarian suggested other things that seem to be asked for a lot, which are toothbrushes, toothpaste, this type of things. There's definitely a need for that in the community. I will be attending the FCSS meeting tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to what comes from there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the CBC radio interviewer was very kind, I'm sure, and
Yes, he was.
good. That's awesome. That's great. Any other questions for Councillor Gibson? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. The Caroline Library, we keep hearing about, sounds absolutely amazing as a community hub. Now that we're amalgamated, it might be interesting to hear from them as to what all the services they do provide in their community.
I can ask if the librarians would like to do a presentation. Would that be all right?
Absolutely. What I assume then, Councillor Ratcliffe, is you're asking for a delegation to come and maybe share, or just Councillor?
For them to consider sending in
or
a
Councillor
delegation.
Gibson can bring a printout too as well?
Yes.
Okay,
I've had printouts, yeah.
okay, okay. Okay, is my understanding there is a list of programming that they offer?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I know that last time that we were talking about library requisitions, et cetera, then I had asked Director Martinson, Ag and Community Services Director, to reach out to Caroline so they could do a delegation for that very reason, because they are always super busy and a huge pillar within that community. So I'm hopeful that it's already in the works, but perhaps not. And maybe you and Councillor Northcott can see if that is still something that they might be willing to do in coordination with the Ag and Community Director. Okay, it might be a good place for that to go.
Ms. Sirhan?
I believe one of the things that the interim council is responsible for is doing an in-depth dive into the services that are currently provided within the boundaries of the new hamlet of Caroline versus the services that are in the balance of Clearwater County. So we can definitely add that on to make sure that that's a focus, that the library does provide services likely within those boundaries that are different than maybe the services provided in other areas of the county.
Coming to a strategic planning meeting near you. Perfect, perfect. Awesome. Okay, so I'll quickly run over my verbal report as well. Yes, broadband committee meeting was timely in the fact that we did offer the historical background over the last 20 years. I echo a lot of what Councillor Lahi had said in regards to the timing of our infrastructure couldn't be more imminent. Also the launch of the website, which will actually detail where the construction's at, how to put in your blue sign number to know when and where as our construction moves forward this year, and being in a very aggressive construction season for that project, it's going to be exciting moving forward. I did attend the Refocusing Healthcare session for Alberta Health in Sylvan Lake. Being as how the upcoming ones are conflicting with another conference, the EDO conference, so was well attended. There was probably 60 of us, and great in 5 different groups where we were asked different questions, and in that regard, and if you get an opportunity to sign up, it's well worth your time to go. Appreciate the public speakers from Rocky North. I was judging the juniors' speeches, and let me tell you, there are going to be some great speakers coming up, and even the presenters. It's I wish that age group, they're doing what I couldn't do at that age, I'll just say. So good on them. County Chamber address. It was also great to network with the chamber businesses that were there that evening. And of course, there's nothing wrong with going to CHMAC. The industry crime and West Central stakeholders meeting, I attended for Councillor Cermak. The industry crime had a presentation in regards to the wildfire. What was most interesting in that regard is most of the wildfires are human caused. So as we know with the little snowpack that we have this winter, they're looking at the wildfire season starting earlier than normal, and now seeing in the CEO report that we have got that grant that's going to be critical to that we are prepared and ready to respond when the call arises. So West Central stakeholders meeting, Synergy 101, kind of like the history of how Synergy started, why West Central started, was presented by Darcy Allen and Judy Winter. And they did a great job doing that. In our South Central RMA, we have a county-sponsored our resolution going to the RMA in March in regards to the Community Peace Officer Support and Safety. So we were endorsed to carry on with that resolution in March. And as mentioned, I attended the Rocky Credit Union 80th anniversary echo in regards to the amazing volunteer hours that organization does, and amazing too the community financial sports that they do within the community, such as Cooperation Park for the bike pump track. There's $100,000 gone there, and Spray Park, etc. So Rocky Credit Union is doing well and in supporting our community. So with that, that's it for me for that. Oh, just a quick, the Mountain View and Neighbors Women in Business Awards. There's 6 different categories. Clearwater County and the urbans within our region, along with Nehill County and Mountain View County, are the open nominations in 6 different categories. Are open until February 21st. Energy, agri-food, hospitality and tourism, non-profits, for-profits, and women of influence are the 6 categories. Everything is on their Facebook page. If we have some worthy candidates that we can put forward in those particular categories. So just to let you know, nominations close on February 21st. The awards will be given out on March the 7th. So we also have the Denim and Diamonds Chamber Awards that evening, so it'll be a big day as far as awards, but nice to recognize those particular business entities in our community. So with that, I'll look for a motion to accept the verbal council reports as presented. Okay, thank you, Councillor Milhoff. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on then into the correspondence section. Is there any of the 7 items that any council would like to bring up for discussion? Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to Metrix Group and their correspondence, materiality, they mentioned 2%. That's I want to say that's the first time I've seen it as a percentage. Normally it's just like a number. So what does 2% for our materiality actually mean? Is it our operating budget, our capital budget, our overall existence? Sorry, I just didn't know what 2% meant as a number.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Essentially, what the auditors are looking for is, in terms of that materiality, it's not a hard and fast number, but rather a barometer gauge, if you will, to try and determine how much the financial statements could be misstated potentially without affecting a user's decision-making, a reader of those financial statements. So typically what they do is they do set it on a percentage, usually a percentage of revenues overall. In our case, it would mainly be tax revenue, and work out that percentage. And then they gauge any errors that they find or misstatements that they find as they're going through the audit against that threshold to determine, is it significant or not. So if that 2% turns out to be, $1 million, for instance, just as a rough number, then if they're finding errors in the neighborhood of a couple thousand, clearly that's not going to be material. They probably won't ask us to correct for those kind of mistakes. If they find something that could potentially indicate that those financial statements are misstated by $1 million or more, we're going to dig deeper into that and more than likely adjust for that. And it's basically because they can't test every transaction. It would take too long and it would cost too much money. So they go in, they do what's called substantive testing, where they take samples and then gauge their opinion based on those samples of how they think the financial statements are fairly presented overall. So generally, that's what they're disclosing to you as council, because they're working for council on your behalf. And they want to be clear that that's how they're calculating that materiality number. More than likely, when they present the financial statements and the results of their audit, they'll attach a number to that. Does that help?
Yeah, supplement, you bet.
If I may, so can council change that percentage? Like, or you, just like every couple of, or every other year, we do a deeper dive into seeing if we're at the 65th percentile? Is there merit in every few years doing a deeper dive into some of this and not having, let's say it's $1 million, if they're only testing things that are over $1 million, that could pose some concern for taxpayers and residents. Is there an opportunity, or should we be looking at shifting that materiality every few years? Is that something we should do?
That's really up to the discretion of the public accountant, the auditor that's doing the work, because they're signing that audit report and they're looking at their comfort level. To clarify, they're not just testing transactions that are over that materiality amount. They are either using dollar unit testing or they're using random testing, and they're trying to get a flavor of the entire financial statements as a whole and how they're presented. So what they're looking at is, again, gauging those discrepancies they may find against that benchmark, if you will. So to be clear, you could ask them to reduce materiality. The result is the audit fee is going to go up, probably significantly, and the time it takes to do the audit is going to go up. As a professional chartered accountant, I don't see how that really would add value, but that's completely within council's domain to decide how much they want to spend on this and determine what value the council thinks they'll get out of it.
No, thank you, and that's why I asked the questions, because I'm not an accountant. So I just like to understand it to the best of my ability, so I can feel like I'm making the best decisions I can. I do have a follow-up question.
Yep.
One of the concerns that they mentioned, or one of the difficulties they mentioned, was gravel, and I know that this is something that Ms. Serhan has brought up several times as well, that we need to be looking closer at gravel, or maybe getting a better way of determining gravel inventories and monitoring gravel inventories. Are we closer to finding a solution for the gravel inventory so that we can meet the needs of the auditor and the needs of Clearwater County in determining that gravel inventory and the liabilities associated with our gravel holdings?
Ms. Serhan?
One of the changes we've made is to do a survey of each pit that's had any usage at all. So then we have a third party come out and tell us what is there for inventory. Now, the difficulty or the challenge will always be there in that doing an estimate of the inventory isn't the same as loading it all into a truck and figuring out how much gravel inventory is there. And that is what the audit team really just wants council to be aware of, is that estimates are used. So, because it's just too onerous to go into every pit and measure every ton of gravel that is owned. So, yes, it is an estimate, but there's a lot of experience and history in engaging those estimates. And estimates can fluctuate from year to year, and those changes are captured within the inventory. So even though there is challenges and difficulties with gauging those estimates, it does come with experience and history of doing that year over year. And changing so that we survey every pit that it has usage really does meet that need of ensuring that even if there's just 10 loads coming out of that pit, we're making sure that there's a survey done and getting a good gauge for what's left in that pit at the end of the year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Lyon?
Perhaps just to confirm my understanding, the GIS gives us an overall volume or tonnage that we believe is in reserve, and then you assign a value to that? Because I would assume there'd be a much different thing between crushed gravel in a stockpile and unmined resource in the ground. And you'd have to find some arbitrary, or some best guess number to understand the difference in those values. Is that kind of part of the process?
Ms. Serhan?
So the inventory is only considered inventory if it's been mined. So we don't take into account any rock that's under the surface that has not yet been disturbed. So if it's been disturbed, then we take a look, and how the costs are determined is what it costs to pull it out, what it costs to crush it perhaps, or even move it. And then if we think a quarter section that we've purchased for gravel has 10 crushes in it, then 1/10 of the cost of purchasing that quarter goes to each crush. So there is a lot of process and background that goes into calculating the costs. And then the costs those costs are distributed amongst the tonnage that's secured or crushed at the end, and that's distributed to the jobs that use that gravel. And then there's also that reclamation piece that we add to that job so that those costs are accurately captured within the jobs that are using that inventory. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
My comments just there regarding the West Country's Sustainability Coalition regarding coal mining. Just there's so much in every level of government to try to keep on top of, and I don't know everything about everything for sure. That's guaranteed. But this here, just a question for administration. Really, what opportunities does Clearwater County have for involvement and consultation and the ability to have any input on the decision-making process regarding coal development in the region, whether supportive or opposed? But
CEO Emmons?
Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Clearwater County is not the authority. It is the province of Alberta. This is far enough away from deeded land. Clearwater County isn't the planning authority. It's Crown land, so it's not our jurisdiction.
okay, just a little bit more to add on to that, just because I'm sure they would have an impact on the Clearwater County's municipal road network, emergency services. And is this, like, it also states in this letter that Minister Jean removed a moratorium on coal development. Is that true?
December 20th.
Okay. Okay, I was just wondering if there was the more specific details on that removal. And it also states here that this breaks a promise made by the government of Alberta in 2022 that no coal activities would be considered until land use planning was completed in Clearwater County, but we're still in the process of a land use bylaw rewrite. Well, whatever they mean that's what I'm looking for, the specifications on whatever they do mean. Yeah, so, yeah, just looking for some more, if any information or anything, if administration has any more background information or has been contacted, or really, if we can have any involvement in this, what would be that process?
CEO Emmons?
Thank you. We have not been directly contacted at this time, but going through the information that I have seen, the proposed location, the proposed lease is off of provincial roadway. Although it's the gravel section, it's still Highway 752, which connects into Highway 940, so no municipal roads. So it's provincial roads, provincial jurisdiction. I believe what this letter is looking for from council is to see basically lobbying efforts, is my understanding. Although it's not Clearwater County's authority, is this council in favor or opposed to coal mining, period? Because Clearwater County as a local municipality created by the province of Alberta has really nothing other than a lobby effort. This is not our jurisdiction or authority.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I was just going to confirm that we have absolutely no control over this other than a public body. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, it actually at the state of the town and the state of the county, like the address last week, I found it interesting that the town had met with Valerie, the coal company that actually is the leaseholder for the development on 752 that was just referenced. I found it interesting that Valerie met with the town and not us to give an update of where they're at. So hopefully Valerie will meet with the county in which they would actually be doing this development if it was to go forward. I actually had the opportunity to ask the minister last night where they're at with coal development, because it does sit in the province of Alberta's jurisdiction, and was promptly told it does not. It sits with the AER, an arm's length organization from the province of Alberta. So the AER, hopefully we would have standing with them if they were to be talking about this development, and as the municipality that they'd be operating within. Hopefully the company and the AER will talk to the municipality in which this development would be within. So I guess that's a stay tuned opportunity, because there is obviously the Blackstone as well out by Nordegg, because you know there happens to be coal under Nordegg. Crazy.
It was mentioned also at the West Central stakeholders that an invitation should go out to Valerie to start attending those particular community. It's not just oil and gas, it's for all of it. It was mentioned that Valerie had taken over from Ram Coal, and that Ram Coal had been part of that discussion back in 2013-14. So, and of course with the moratorium, things have stepped back. Actually, well, that's when the NDP stepped in 2015. And so, yeah, Rick Anderson was going to reach out to them then and invite them to start participating again. So we'll see where that goes. I would just like to back up to item 9.5 in regards to a letter from the Canadian Union of Postal Workers. It says there in the first page, I think it's the fourth paragraph, it says that it's the active engagement of municipalities was critical in the decision to maintain door-to-door delivery and immediately stop the further rollout of community boxes. However, there's nothing to stop the Commission from making recommendations to bring that back or suggest other cutbacks. I believe that those two sentences really reflect what's happening in Nordegg, that they are putting more boxes out there and we are losing the space. And I know that the Nordegg Community Association is putting funds towards maintaining their post office, and the lady there that's running that. So maybe there's an opportunity for us to send a letter, because it is a growing community out there. We intend to grow it more. That would be, because of its remoteness, maybe it'd be a better reflection of something that they need to maintain out there or further enhance. Hopefully with the growing utility out there, that there'll be some opportunity for a retail business to pick that up and have that in there within their space as well. That would be good as well. So some kind of a letter back to them saying, you know what, Nordegg's important, let's look at that, would be my suggestion. And also on item 9.7, which is the RCMP, Transparency and Multi-Stakeholder Survey. I know when I circulated this, there was some responses that we wanted to further take a look at that. And I know it's from the Corporal Courtney Harding. She's out of the RCMP, or Sundry RCMP, but I also received it also with or the Staff Sergeant, her name escapes me right now, Stephanie Leask. So anyway, there is a draft strategic plan link in that letter. Is there any, and then an opportunity to place any, is this something that we want to do as a council, or is this something that we just want to do individually? Looking for further discussion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Actually, my light was on for something else.
Okay, that's fine.
So let's finish this.
Okay, Councillor Meloff?
Which do we think will have the most impact, Reeve, individually or as a council? This is a very important topic. Is it something we want to do together or individually? Because which is more impactful?
I'm looking across to see elements. I would imagine that anytime a council can put together, it would frame, is there an opportunity to, for administration to go through this and offer some suggestions on how to do this? Or is this something that we should take an extra lunch hour and maybe talk about looking for a little bit of direction, recommendation, please?
So definitely, council's direction. Council can instruct administration to answer on your behalf. We can take a little extra time. My experience with these type of surveys, they prefer to get a united voice. It's less for them to go through. That way they're dealing with kind of a consensus from a municipality rather than individuals. It's easier for them to decipher. Comes from the support of Clearwater County versus sorting out, well, two say this, one says, my experience, although they don't state, is typically they prefer that united. Or like I say, if council wishes, you can instruct administration and we can definitely answer on council's behalf, whichever.
Okay. How does this council feel? Would you want to go through it ourselves, or do we want to let administration carry forward the voice? Or do we want to have this as a discussion before we make a decision? I'm not sure on the deadline on this one. Oh, so by Friday. So what's should we do it as council and do it today over lunch, maybe? Could we do it over a lunch discussion? Okay. Is that hold well? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Sorry, it's not about the.
Oh, not about the, okay, that's fine. I think, Councillor Meloff, do something on this particular. Okay, go ahead. We'll start.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Meloff's question about the materiality also. I just wanted to add something there. So when the auditor comes to present the financial statements, they do have kind of a overview of the financial statements that they provide and what their audit work is, but we could definitely ask them to provide a little more information on how they choose the transactions that they look at and what the process is, and that it's a definite algorithm so that they're not just picking and choosing, based on, oh, this one looks like it. I think they do a little bit of that too because of their work in the audit field provides them with, oh, that one looks like maybe, we should look into that one further. So there is a lot of thought that goes into which transactions they choose. And I think it probably wouldn't hurt council to hear that process and how they go about choosing those transactions, and then how those, if there are errors, what types of errors they see, and what is that typical of a municipality or not, and is it just timing or is it actual errors? I think that would be a great conversation to have with the auditor when he's here presenting the statements.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. That would be fabulous. And maybe it's just if we know more, we ask and expect more, because I've been taking several financial courses to try to understand that world more, since it's such a huge portion of our responsibility as a counselor. So that's why, and the one I just finished focused on materiality, because they said that's the big trigger that with large budgets that people should look towards when you're with your auditor. So that'd be great if we can have some more understanding of how our auditor in particular looks at things. I know I would find it helpful, but maybe I'm the only the only other nerd besides the actual finance people that that are finding that extremely fascinating, so that would be great. I did have a follow-up question with regards to something else, Reeve, if you don't mind.
ahead,
You had mentioned that you wanted the opportunity to look at writing a letter to advocate for the Nordic community. Was that will that be executed by staff, or do we need to have a motion to have them draft a letter to advocate for Nordeg, or did I misunderstand what you were hoping to achieve?
I am looking at that particular, and I understand that they, through that, to me, it's a quick write-up in that, so absolutely, we could probably make a motion to that effect, so that way administration would have that clear direction. Would you? No? Okay, would you like to make that motion then, Councillor Melhoff, please?
Absolutely, I can make that motion, that staff write up that administration, write up a letter advocating for service provisions within the hamlet of Nordegg to ensure that that vital service is continuing to happen in that community.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
What service?
Postal service. Because the postal service is being
They're talking
shuttered.
about it, but they're not shutting it down.
They're looking for input from the municipalities now as before they go into their talks. So,
Yeah, okay.
okay. Did you have a comment on postal service, Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, and then I'll go to Councillor Gibson after.
Yeah, I have, could Caroline also be added to that? We have a post office, but could be 10, because the post office is a building where we collect mail, but we go to another building to mail stuff. So we want to hang on to both.
It could be a generalized
Yeah, just
letter
in
regards
case, because if they're talking about postal closures, that would be kind of one of the easiest things to say, is like, okay.
Okay, we can add Caroline to that letter as well, for sure. Can't see why not. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
I'm happy to amend my motion to include the hamlet of Caroline.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
So I was just going to say that the mail is largely community mailboxes in Nordegg, but the services that are still needed is being able to send a package to put a stamp on your letter that is still required in that community.
For sure. Councillor Lai?
I did turn my light off, but maybe I'll just shed a little light of some of the history of what happened in our other hamlets. There was a shift from that commercial Canada Post owned, operated outlet to retail outlets, which meant something within another business. And then the default then goes to the group boxes. So I think if we understand what happens and what Canada Post has, the model they followed in the past, they probably won't deviate much from that, but I think it's always good to say that we do support that service where it exists in our communities.
Yeah, we don't want to lose the service, for sure. Okay, motion on the floor to write a letter to Canada Post in regard to, for the hamlets. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to go back to the letter from the West Country Sustainability Coalition. Would it be appropriate to write a response to them as well, saying that the county is not involved in any of the decision-making process at this point? And for the reasons we've already discussed about it not being on any county roads, it's just simply a provincial decision that will probably be made at the AER.
Okay.
Rather than leave people hanging.
It's 100%. We can do that response.
in which case I should
You
make a
make the motion?
motion
Yeah, I
to
was just gonna ask you.
ask administration to draft a letter to the West Country Sustainability Coalition outlining the responsibilities and the situation of the county.
Okay. Any other further comments, questions on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Any other further comments, questions in regards to correspondence? If not, looking for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Make that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor? It's carried. Notice of motions, there are none. We do have a closed session, but we do see that it is that lunch hour, so we will take our lunch break for 40 minutes, please. And welcome back. We've just finished our lunch break and we are at item 11, closed session in our agenda. So looking for a motion to go into closed session. Okay, Councillor Northcutt makes the motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And we've just come out of our closed session and having no motions coming out of closed session. There's just one item, and that is adjournment. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor. Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.